Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Arjun Saxena. For those of you who are coming here for the first time, I'm the founder and CEO of Humanic, and we have day 2 of AI and Marketing Summit starting shortly. So without further ado, I'll like to invite Megan Eisenberg, CMO of Samsara. So please give her a big hand. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Let's see if I get my computer up and running. All right, well, good to see all of you and to be up in the city. I am Megan Eisenberg. I'm the CMO at Samsara. We're actually headquartered here in San Francisco, so jumped in a quick Uber over here. Today, just kind of 3 topics that I think could be fun to talk through. One, team adoption. A lot of that's change management. That won't be unfamiliar to many of you. Tool adoption, really what does our stack look like for AI specifically, and how we're dabbling and doing proof of concepts and different things at Samsara to learn and to be more efficient, productive, to innovate, to compete, all of that. And then just a quick couple slides of how we use AI in our actual products, which many of you, I'm sure, are either building yourself AI native, or you're adding co-pilots or different things into your products for your customers to make a better experience. When I think about team adoption, I'm going to go into one kind of more recent thing that happened with the team that was sort of an unlock for me and a lot of fun, and give some role-specific examples, regular cadence, et cetera. And so what we're trying to do, certainly from the top, and I think every company, if you're looking at newsletters or reading anything out there, we're all trying to make a culture of embracing AI. I think if you're in a larger legacy company, you're worried about the companies that are only 20% companies that are at 300 million in revenue. Let's talk about Cursor. They're an incredible story, and they're already surpassed 300 million in revenue, and they're running, and we certainly use them at Samsara. Our developers are using it. We use them in marketing as well. Our marketers on the website are building with Cursor, and many other tools. So certainly we need to embrace it, otherwise we'll be replaced by it. So understanding it and managing it's really important. Things that we're doing to embrace it in the company is every monthly org meeting, someone demos a way that they're using it. We have a champion community where you can ask any questions. I actually did a power hour with the team about 2 weeks ago, where it was like, okay, everyone, open up your laptop. I mean, the company gives you Gemini, ChatGPT, we have a Samsara GPT. Everyone just log in, go to Okta, go to Gemini. Now we're all going to create a gem. Now we're all going to tell the gem what it is. We're all going to ask it questions. And just I have a team of over 200. So just getting people to actually go in and ask a simple question, I think is part of it. They're reading about it, they want to do it, but how do we actually get hands-on? I've done this with social media. I'm on my all hands, and every day we're posting 3 things on social, and I've got 200 people on the team, and there's 30 likes. How easy is it for us, is even just if our company does it, to get the word out to our network? So I think that's very similar in AI, just getting the team to jump on it and use it. And good news is they want to do that, and they're doing that. And then certainly having vendors come and do training as well, and a lot of newsletters. When I was at Lacework, our CEO was like, why don't you do a hackathon? Why don't you train everyone? And so we did. We cross-functionally broke the teams up. So if events, product marketing, operations is one team, and we had 4.5 hours, and they knew who their teams were 2 weeks ahead. They could pick any use case. They had to actually build something out in chat, and then deliver that to the CEO and myself. And in that, then we picked and we implemented it. And it was a lot of fun, and actually just getting people to use the tool. That's the idea, right? So then I was thinking, okay, how do I make it fun? I'm certainly on all these different channels, on social channels, watching what different companies are doing. Can we embrace it, use it, and then how do we figure out how to use it for our brand to extend it and drive the marketing channel? So all of you, I'm sure you've seen this doll trend. But it started maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago on social channels like Threads and X. It wasn't really on LinkedIn. is what I saw. And people were having a lot of fun. And I thought, okay, how do I load a picture of my LinkedIn profile? So I'm not a race car driver, obviously, but we sponsor NASCAR. Jesse Love, actually, #2 in NASCAR, and that was my Halloween costume. It's part of our brand. We had a lot of fun, but I was like, okay, let's figure this out. And the other rule, I think, is figure it out for free. How can we play with these tools and expect a 200-person team? I'm not expecting them to go buy a license of ChatGPT or any of these tools, but how can I get them to use it? So what can I do for free? Well, you can create these images. You get 2 shots a day, so I always say prompt wisely. Make sure you really understand it's very literal. And so I loaded the photo, I wrote a prompt, and it actually, the first couple was really funny. I was like, oh, can I be a little taller? Can I be younger? I don't know. Like, let's think about what we want to look at, and what do I want to put in there. And I didn't ask for 2 coffees. I think I said something around a double shot or a double latte, and I got 2 coffees. And I posted this in a couple places. One, I posted on LinkedIn because it was ridiculously fun to do. And if you haven't done this, I'm happy to connect with you. I put a sample prompt on there in LinkedIn. Grab it and create your own. So I posted it on LinkedIn, and I saw an amazing response, but then I also went to my marketing Slack channel, and this was a Friday morning, and I posted there, and I challenged my 200-person team. I'm like, okay, let's have some fun. This is free. You only get 2 shots a day if you don't have the paid version. I want to see everyone's. Like, let's see who can jump on and make it. And Friday seems to be a less engaging day for people. I don't know why. I don't know what, it's a day of the week, but I find there's less engagement. This day was very engaged. And so what happened? This is just a smattering of them. Over 30 people on the team created and made these, and in all different functions, some more AI savvy than others, but everyone was in there and playing. And so then it was like, okay, let's think about our buyer. If we were to create one for our buyer, which Samsara, we have truck drivers and fleet operators, we're in construction. We are a public company, 1.45 billion run rate, quite a large company, and a lot of the world's economy and infrastructure is running on us. So how do we access and have some fun and put this out on a social standpoint? And so, but before I got to that and challenge it, at the same time the team was building out our own figurine, I was watching on Threads, and they started to animate these dolls. And I was like, oh, and that's my next challenge. How do I animate this doll? And this was the final one that you only get so many shots, but I went to ChatGPT because I was like, oh, okay, create image to video. And it was like, I don't do video creation. Here are the 4 different software products you can go use. And by the way, I looked at your sample prompt. Here's a better way to write it. I would write it this way and go find. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So then I went back to Threads. I was like, what are they using? Okay, there's a couple different, obviously there's probably thousands of them out there now, but I use Kling.ai. So I loaded my still image in, I put it in, and because so many people had jumped on this in the consumer space, it was like, you have a 3-hour wait time unless you want to buy a subscription, which I didn't want to buy. So I put it in there, I waited 3 hours. I came back, and it wasn't, the instruction I had said, grab my laptop from my accessories and walk forward with my laptop. Well, actually the first one, it grabbed my glasses, it morphed it into this really funky laptop, and it walked out. And I was like, okay, well, not totally what I wanted, but that's fine. So then I said, no, grab my glasses. Well, if you can see, it doesn't actually, it grabs glasses, it just pops them out of the air. So, but the point is, I did this, once I got through the 3 hours of wait, your prompts, you're doing this quite quickly, and you can iterate. And so I then sent this back to the Slack channel, and I challenged my team to start animating theirs as well. But the whole point of change management is give them something fun to go in there. And the other beautiful thing that happened is if you look at the page, well, if I can go up, I started to learn a lot about the people on my team too, their personality. What do they love? Cats, dogs, Mickey Mouse, whatever that was. It was a really great way also for the team to kind of bond. So they started playing with chat, they started playing with Kling and these different tools, whether it was their function or not. And it's globally. I mean, Sam's in London. So we had people all over the world on the team messing and playing with it. So anyway, I would challenge all of you, if you haven't done it, to go do it and have some fun. So here was what came out from the social team. We have our fleet driver animated and walking out of the box, and then we posted this, of course, on different social channels, had some fun engagement. Of course, we had some snarky people too, saying that's not what a driver looks like. I mean, these are fun cartoon ways. I think that in the B2B space, we can do a lot to embrace what people are doing in the consumer space. I think we've heard that for a decade, and have fun with it. Ultimately, we're all humans that are looking at this, and the whole point is to capture the attention. And they always say, if you capture the heart, you capture the mind of the buyer, and getting their attention. So this is just a fun way to get my team's attention, but also how do we now roll this out to the buyer? So I'm going to switch over from, okay, how do I get the team to have some fun and build and make things, and actually, what are we using? What is in our stack from an AI standpoint? We do use quite a lot of technology. I've always been a fan. I think a competitive advantage is your ability to adopt technology quickly and ahead of the competition, and to be out there using it. And with AI, there's so many cool things that your teams can be doing. And so certainly looking at our existing stack, I would say a couple months ago we had nothing, right, as we were starting to learn. Beyond, I mean, we had ChatGPT and ones that most people have. What are some of the pain points by the different functions and roles? How can we test it and monitor? I also want to share what I've challenged the team with to drive adoption, which matters because it starts to hit their functions, is I have said in the next performance reviews that you cannot be a 4 or 5, so on a scale of 4 or 5, if you have not leveraged AI in your role or responsibility. So you can't be really a top performer unless you've shown me how you've learned and used this in it. So one, making sure they realize it's actually part of their career development and being a top performer. I think the other thing that really to drive home is in August, I have all people managers, it's a couple hours, but they're gonna stand up and walk me through the org chart of how each individual is using AI to be more efficient, more productive, how they didn't hire ahead because they have an agent running instead. And I want they're gonna present to all the other leaders on that. So that's just another way where we really hold ourselves accountable to adoption. And then, in reading a lot that's out there, I also, whenever anyone asks for headcount now, I say, okay, why can't we do this with AI? Show me why you can't do that before we could move forward and hire more people. All right, so if I look at the different marketing capabilities, where we could be putting AI technology, here's 12. I'm sure there's more. Marketing is very amazing set of things that we're doing across the funnel to build awareness and capture demand and customer advocacy. But I'm going to show you what we're using in each of these from a lead management standpoint, an automated campaign orchestration, campaign operations. Think about content. I mean, I think naturally we think of content creation. When we're thinking about this, we think of writing content, we think visual content, so that's a natural one. There's a lot in data health and enrichment that we can be doing, customer experience and advocacy, planning and forecasting, web experience, events, sales enablement, digital assets, production management, and account-based marketing. So let's jump in. And as you can imagine, a lot of this technology is new, so we're either in a proof of concept, we're actually deploying it, or we're evaluating it. And these are some different technologies, some of which are sponsoring here as well. So I was very excited as I was talking with the team, and we're using a lot of these technologies. If we start with lead management, Conversica, interestingly enough, has been around for quite a bit. I use them at MongoDB. I've used them at multiple companies, but they are an automated ADR and AI. For us specifically, we do have ADRs. We haven't misplaced or displaced or anything on the ADR front, but we use them on our lower tier leads that don't go direct to an ADR, because there's still a lot of great leads in there. It's just you need to develop, you need to ask more questions. Sometimes when they come to you, you don't have enough information to score them high enough to hand them off to a very expensive person. And so Conversica actually goes back and forth and discovers more information to see if we can score them high enough and it makes sense to actually put them in front of a rep. So we've been using that. Actively is a newer one that I'm not going to go into too much detail on, but one that they do some pretty cool stuff that we're going to work with them on. On campaigns operations, Zapier does a lot of interconnectivity, and actually the people that are here can tell you a little bit more about what they do, but connecting workflows and APIs and different things like that. Certainly content creation, many of you probably have heard of copy.ai to create content, to diversify the content that you're using, and it does help us be a lot more productive. And then Synthesia, our team in Europe has been using it. Actually, I find our London team and European team pretty advanced on a lot of these technologies. And they're using this with webinars, and it creates webinars, but allows you to take your webinar, feed it in, and they now speak in different languages. So it totally looks like the person that you have delivering the webinar, but they're speaking in German all of a sudden, or French, or any of the languages that you need. And so that's been a really great way for them to localize and to get more content out there. Certainly for data health and enrichment, there's a lot of cool things we're doing with Perplexity and Clay.ai, another very popular tool for this, and many of you are probably using as well, and I think a sponsor maybe on here too. And then from a customer experience and advocacy, we started using this more recently. It's called Senja. It allows us to look across different tools where people are giving quotes like G2, social media, to pull those in and build out really cool that's highlighting how our customers are using our tools, our AI tools, and why they love what it does for their business, and we've sort of brought all those to one page. And so we'll do more pulling customer quotes and interesting things and displaying them in a great way for new buyers to see customer proof. And if I look at planning and forecasting with Tableau, this is making our analytics team more efficient. It's actually monitoring different things that if you were to go look at the data, you would flag and highlight. And so we're doing similar things there. With web experience, I already talked about Cursor. Our web development team is using it to write code. OneMind, I know the founder, Amanda, was here yesterday, I believe. It's really cool what they do from an experience on your website. It is more than just having a co-pilot and asking questions and digging in. It can actually demo slides, demo the product. So I think that's unique to what they're doing, and love to see that advance further. So talking with them on what we can do there. Certainly Gemini, you're all aware of Gemini, but we use it actually in events to write campaign information that goes into Salesforce. So to quickly do campaign descriptions and different things like that based off of some of the events we're running. So it feeds in, and if I'm a rep or an SDR, I can quickly figure out what this campaign's about. And then sales enablement, a lot with OpenAI and ChatGPT. We have our own chatbot that has many sources on the back end, and basically sales reps can ask anything about competition, about the product, about differentiation, everything that we're doing there. And I would say we're quite advanced on that. And it's only been recently where I've stopped saying, oh, did you ask Samsara GPT? Because you'll have Slack channels where sales will go and ask the same question over and over again as we hire new people. And it does make it, you start to get inefficient if you're in product marketing or these other functions and you have to keep answering, go get the case study here, go find this here. Well, now, actually, we just say go to Samsara GPT, and it provides them all the information and the links to the sources of the information. And then, of course, a lot on the digital asset production management, and our creative team is leveraging a lot of different tools with, Roll.ai is doing a lot of image. Actually, I'm going to show that next. It allows you, it's less on image and more on video for webinars and recording. If we were to do an interview, it makes it look like very professional recording, but you just use your phone. And you can make edits directly on your phone. So anyone with a phone, and I'll show you an example on the next slide. And then Vidoso, we're actually using in Europe. It allows us to take any video and make it into a bunch of different smaller chunks to repurpose it. And so we could just do a lot more, use it on social, use a shorter version, share something. and then some others. And then for account-based marketing, Gumloop does a lot of the research where our reps may take 3 to 5 hours to research an account. It's doing a lot of the research for us. So I'm sure we have 20 other tools the team's using. These are the ones that we grabbed this week and wanted to share across the different functions. And I know we're getting close on time, but here's just an example of role. This is just shot on someone's phone, and they're doing a podcast, but it looks much more professional than just someone that's doing this on an iPhone. And it has the depth and what you would want in it. So cool on that one. And then quickly, just AI in our products. I think all of us have some version of this and experiences. I love the job site safety example. I mean, and there's so much you can do with images. Actually, this week there's been a bunch of things that have launched on images across the majors. And this one, you take a picture and it tells you when you're not in compliance, this ladder's not secure. Like you can load in all the rules in construction, and someone can quickly document it where normally it would be a paper process or an inspector or something like that. So I think that's cool. Training content, just being able to load up manuals or paperwork and it automatically turn it into a video that then you can deploy out to the field. Where you don't have to bring them on site. They're driving trucks, they're on construction sites, and you need to push training where you can. And then, of course, maintenance. When we're in the telematics space, you have all these codes to be able to quickly determine and look up a code and what the issue is a lot for maintenance and different things like that. And then recognition, obviously so much that we can do. A driver's doing great driving, pushing them, kudos, and different things like that. So the company is very much, we have 14 trillion data points across, really around the world. We traverse 98% of all the roads every day. And we're collecting camera footage, and we're learning and behaviors. We know construction and weather patterns and different things like that. And so, challenging the company, but even as marketers, I have access to so much interesting data for, if you think about news, if you think about what's happening at the ports and transportation, how do I turn that into interesting stories and data that you're pitching out to the media, because you can pull it from all the AI data that we have. That's my talk. I wanted to share how we're trying to drive adoption and get marketers to really embrace it, what our stack looks like, and then even within the company, what we're doing. So 10 o'clock, hopefully I got us there.
Hi, Megan, I'm Kaylee, and I have a question around how is the adoption of these new AI native solutions that you're testing impacting your legacy technologies? You might have bought, big platforms before. How is it impacting renewals, or is it driving price pressure?
I don't know so much about driving price pressure. I mean, certainly as we find tools that leapfrog what we have, when the renewals come up, we'll sunset the older technology if it doesn't continue to advance. We still have our platform. We're still on Marketo. We're working with Salesforce. Right now, I think it's really looking at the functions of our teams and how to make them more efficient, more productive, maybe not hire more people and get more out of it, upping the quality. What can we do to be more creative and speed? Yeah.
I have a question about the tools as well. I'd love to hear your process for vetting which tools sort of make the cut for use at your company, and the process been for driving awareness and adoption of the tools among your team members.
Yeah, I'm always, I get a lot of inbound on tools. So if I see something that looks interesting, I'll send it over to the tech web team that's in marketing and say, hey, have we evaluated this? I'm reading the AI newsletters every morning, looking at new tech. I'm on all the social platforms trying to see what people are doing, and I'm asking questions. So anyone can bring tech forward and in their functions, and that's part of with their development and understanding where they're at. They need to have a command of it for their function. I'm also encouraging them to go to conferences like this to network and learn and talk with peers. so that we're learning as fast as we can. But we evaluate it, and if it looks like it's going to solve one of these problems and we can digest it. I think that we have a pretty technically savvy marketing team that we don't need consulting firms or anything to implement this. We're in there, so if we can digest it and we can afford it, and it's all we think the ROI is there, then we're working with it. Yeah.
I have a question. When AI is pushed from the top down, there's also some, fears and uncertainty from the people that are doing the work. They may be afraid that, am I going to be replaced by AI? Have you noticed that in your org, and how do you encourage people to adopt AI and overcome that fear?
Yeah, so it's not that I've noticed it in my org. I think that's a natural behavior of humans, but what I've told my org is, you won't be in marketing for long if you do not know these tools, and you can either lead and manage agents and understand what's going on, or you can change really professions. So I think it's not really a choice. If you're going to be in marketing, you need to learn these. So and I've always felt continual learning is important and picking up tech. So I would just say change is constant, and start learning it. And if you want to lead teams and you want to grow in your career, you need to embrace it as well, because as I'm interviewing people, I'm asking them, what have you done with AI? What are you seeing out there? And if they've done nothing, I'm less interested in bringing them on the team. So I think our careers all it's important for all of us to be using these technologies. And they're not hard, actually, and they're a lot of fun. And so I just think you will get displaced by people who do if you don't. So it's not I think as the leader, I will hire and maintain and keep people on the team that do this, and I will manage out people who are actively against it.
Hi, this is Paul. I noticed there is a gap in the tools in the automated campaign orchestration. It's like there is no tool that you're using for that right now. Is it because you've tried something, doesn't work, or like you haven't found something that has the...
I mean, I think we're busy. We have like 20 other tools we're digesting and implementing. So I think it's just a matter of time. And I think we're hitting the biggest pains first. But I mean, I think you could look at those different areas, and you'll see a ton of products show up as we automate, and then someone will come in and look across all of them and give us a platform that marketers are logging into at some point that will address all of them. Yeah, or try to get there, right? Versus right now we're sort of picking the best of breed versus the platform play. I remember when I was back at MongoDB. You all, probably most of you know Craigslist, and there was a bunch of different categories of where you would go to buy things and find things and rent and houses. And I remember Kevin Ryan was the chairman of the board, and he said all you had to do was look at Craigslist, all these different categories, and now we have companies that do all of that, right? We've got rental companies, we have DoorDash, we've got Pinterest, we've got the neighborhood apps. And so I think it's going to be the same thing. You're going to look at the different functions of marketing, and there's going to be a company built around each of those functions that basically optimizes that role. Yeah.
I have a question. In your organization, is marketing taking the lead here, and do you need to do cross-functionally a fair amount of credibility, accuracy building with your CEO, your CFO, et cetera? Or do you feel like the company from a leadership standpoint is aligned by function to really be driving with AI?
Yeah, the leadership's aligned by function. I mean, it's definitely coming, it's from the top. Our CEO is encouraging all of us to be using the tools. So we use Cursor in our engineering teams. We've got tons, I mean, we've bought Gemini for the entire company. We have ChatGPT. Like we're looking at, we don't need an intranet. We can just create an agent or bot that allows companies to ask anything. If it's benefits, if it's something about the company or vision or goals or any of that. So yeah, it's definitely, as a leadership team, we certainly realize that we need to embrace it and be as efficient as possible. So yeah, it's great to see, but I don't have to do any change management across the different functions. Yeah, actually I get asked a lot, like, what are you doing in marketing? So I think we're all out there as leaders reading it in the news, and it is impressive to see these very small companies at these really, high revenue run rate already, and they've been able to do it. And actually, like Cursor, I met with one of the founders, and they have nobody in marketing, right? 300 million in revenue. So that's, nervous or service, served. Notice served is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Hi, Megan. My name is Ashmi. It's fantastic to hear that at Samsara it's a leadership sponsored kind of focus. How do you folks think about security, privacy as you're feeding your data? It's a large enough company to be worrying about that. Thank you.
Yeah, so we certainly are lockstep with our CISO and our legal team, and we have rules around what you can put out in a public domain versus that just stays within in our walls. So yeah, we're very cognizant and aware of that. Yeah. But we don't want it to slow us down, right? We want to drive adoption, a smart adoption, yeah.
Cool, thank you. She'll be here for a few minutes for anybody else who has questions. Thank you, Megan, so much for
Thank you.
taking time.
Thank you.
Cool. Next up, we have Kathleen Estrich from Pair VC. You don't want to miss this one because this is all about her perspective as an investor in marketing for a number of years and as a marketeer for, a decade and more. So please give her a big hand, Kathleen Estrich.
Companies. And how many of you are founders? Oh, it's a good mix. You were right. It's like a mix of both. So, hopefully this is relevant for both of you. Just very quickly, quick intro on Pair. So we're a pre-seed seed specialist. We invest in generalist fund across a bunch of different verticals, and have invested in companies worth $100 billion in outcomes. So across B2B, healthcare, consumer, fintech, biotech, climate, AI. So I think that gives us a really good purview into what's happening in marketing across everything. On the pre-seed side, we invest $250 to $2 million checks. On the seed side, which is where I spend most of my time, it's anywhere from 2 to 6 million, and then have a lot in our fund for follow-on. So I was just speaking to a founder earlier. We, on the pre-seed side, run an accelerator called PairX, and applications are open for a few more days. So if you're a founder in the room building something interesting and looking for pre-seed funding, I would encourage you to take a look at PairX. But now to the actual content of the talk. So when I was talking to Arjun over the last year, I guess, we've talked a lot about kind of what's happening in the marketing ecosystem. And so I thought I could bring a unique perspective in that I'm now on the venture side, but I worked in marketing for about 15 years, started a fund focused on helping companies with marketing called Market One. We had a newsletter that is still going with my business partner, Emily, and then now at Pair, kind of seeing a breadth of a bunch of different companies as well. So I see a lot of MarTech companies. I've invested in a few that Megan had on her slide, which was fun to see, and also have worked with a lot of companies from an investor perspective of like how to think about marketing and bringing products to market. So I wanted to share a handful of trends that I'm seeing of kind of how things were done and the new way of doing things, and then want to leave a lot of time for questions. So, old way. I think go-to-market teams in the past have been, you have your sales team, you have your marketing team, you have your customer success team. They kind of talk to each other. They often have a lot of friction, and each team has a whole different set of tools, specifically on, where the lines cross. How many of you here have had some form of friction with some of the other go-to-market functions? Yes, I think we can all raise our hand on that one. I think that's changing in the most positive way. This is something that never really made a ton of sense for me. So I grew up in my career at Facebook, where on the consumer side, it's kind of all just one funnel, whereas on the B2B side, it feels like it made sense that they were kind of broken apart, but in a lot of ways, it's just one customer journey. And I think the opportunity in the future here with a lot of these AI tools is go-to-market teams kind of coming closer together and being more as one. So tools that span full funnel, a cohesive view of kind of prospect, customer, like retention, one view of that. And I think that will help connect a lot of the dots and hopefully decrease the friction. I think there's a lot of integrated tools that will be powered by agents, and agents don't have egos, so hopefully that also helps dispel some of this. And then just a lot more unified data. And I think when you think about from a customer perspective, they don't care that they are talking to marketing, sales, or customer success. They care that they are talking to you and that you have a consistent view of that. That was one of the things that really excited me when I joined Intercom. That was sort of our vision. I think they've now pivoted a lot more into the customer support space, but I think that was the vision there of like one view of a customer, a bunch of different ways that you can talk to them, and consistency, because your customers really don't care what team you're on or what your job title is, and I think they want a consistent view of that. And I think teams that can foster that will have a better relationship with their customers. So that's one trend I'm seeing. The next is around ABM. So it used to be ABM was pretty cost prohibitive to do for all of your accounts. You could track activity for maybe the top handful or top 20%. Only made sense with a really high ACV type business model. I remember when I was at my last startup before I started Market One, we were looking at some of the ABM tools as a startup, like Series A startup, and we were like, oh man, it's so expensive. Like, can we really spend 80 grand on 6 cents? And for us, the cost didn't justify it at that moment in time. But I think that everyone probably went through that decision making, and it, obviously the business has grown a ton, so it made sense for a lot of people. But I think it really was a question, like, can we do this, and does it make sense for our business model? I think we all see the trend of personalization at scale. I think the interesting thing here is that you can really track a lot of the account engagement intent signals for the entire TAM of your business and not just the top accounts. And so I think that the ability to do that is going to help you be a lot more targeted in the way that you talk to customers, segment your audiences, and do your outreach. And so I think this is a really exciting opportunity, because this used to be so cost prohibitive and people prohibitive. And now it's just opened up so many opportunities for kind of every company to do this. And I think the expectations of buyers is going to change because of this. So if you're not adopting this in your companies or on the right side of this trend, I think you will very quickly get displaced. I think about marketing a lot of like, it's part art, part science. I think in the last 10 to 15 years, it has moved very far to the science side. It's like become very analytical. It's like, what are your MQLs? What's your lead gen? Like, demand gen has sort of become the top function within a marketing team. And I think, for good reason, we like are shifting back to it is part art, part science. And I think the interesting thing with AI and LLMs and such is, I think brand and storytelling is going to become so much more important, because there's so much noise in the system. And so being able to really tell a unique story, build a differentiated brand, is going to help companies win. And I think marketers, the opportunity here is to, if you think about what can you automate and what do you still need the human for? Like, humans want to buy from humans. They want to hear a personalized story. And I think as good as AI and LLMs get, I think humans are still going to be better at that because, well, who knows? I might be wrong on this in 10 years when the robots take all of our jobs. But I really do believe that there is something fundamental about a human that is hard for a computer to replace, at least in the next 5 years. And so that brand ability is going to be, I think, an elevated position within marketing in particular. And I think product positioning, unique stories. I meet hundreds of companies a month, and a lot of them start to look and feel the same. And so I think being able to actually do this and tell what is our unique, perspective, how are you going to win as a brand and company and build that loyalty for your customers, it's going to be a really big moat for companies. And so if you're not thinking about this, I would think about this. I think also the cost of content has gone basically to zero. The cost of really good content is actually pretty high because you have to cut through the noise. And so I think focusing on the highest quality content that you can, that's unique and differentiated for you, is where I would spend time and then automate the rest. So I think this is the trend that's happening, and it's only going to be accelerated. So thinking about, from a unique content perspective, one thought there is do you have differentiated data that only you can share? Do you have, some unique customer perspectives that you can share? Something that will actually help you stand out, because it is so noisy, and you can really tell when content is written 100% by, ChatGPT, especially on LinkedIn. So. Another trend we're seeing, so it used to be, you would run a test, A/B test, see which version performed better, look at the results, spend a month, then ship the new version. Do that manually reviewing, every little change or new version of something you wanted to do. I think those days are gone. There's still hypotheses that you will have, but the world of continuous optimizations are here. So all the connective tissue between an ad, a landing page, copy change, they're all just going to be continuously optimized and being tested in real time. And I think that's been a really interesting sort of trend. I've met a few companies that are actually doing this, and the results that they're seeing are super impressive. And they're doing it where you don't even need a team to actually do it for you. So no human review. I think it's an open question of will there be a person who owns this, or will teams just hire the AI agents to do this 100% autonomously? But we are moving towards that world, which I think is exciting. I think that's where I think about this sort of art and science, the science part of marketing can be automated in a lot of ways, which is awesome. This has been an interesting one that I'm still noodling on, but I think agencies, traditionally have been relying on humans, human expertise. I'm going to go to this agency because they're world class at this thing. And agencies have struggled to scale because they need to bring all that expertise in, and they're inherently resource constrained by the number of people that they can onboard to be excellent at the things that they're doing. I'm seeing so many AI-powered agencies right now, and I was talking to some of my partners at Pair where I was like, are we gonna see the first AI agency go public? Because there's a world where there are a lot of these folks, I met an SEO agency where they're automating 60% of the work, where the margins are still really good, but then there's still human account managers, but they're so much more efficient. I saw one for running ads. And they're all hitting, 5 to 10 million in revenue for 10 people. And so these AI agents are really taking on the work previously done by humans. These agencies can infinitely scale in ways that they couldn't before. And so my big open question is there going to be an agency IPO in our future? Potentially. And I think that it's something just to think about as you're thinking about hiring agencies. Are you really hiring an agency, or are you just hiring an AI, agency? And if your agencies aren't using AI, they're probably not doing the most modern things. So I would actually ask that as an interview question of how is the agency leveraging AI? The next big trend I'm seeing, so with all the access to LLMs and workflows, inbound and outbound is just getting so saturated. The number of inbound automated emails I get, the number of cold outreach prospects, I just think it's really hard to do given all the noise. And I think I was just talking to someone before this about kind of partner, the opportunity for partnerships, ecosystem, community. We're all here as part of the AI marketing community. I think that's going to be the new way that companies go to market. It's like finding your people, engaging with that audience, building trust and credibility, and then going and sort of finding the next wave from there. I think distribution really is going to come from this. And when I talk to founders a lot, I'm like, where does your audience hang out? There are so many newsletters now. There's so many communities. There's very targeted events. And I think those tend to be a lot more effective than just, the old ways of doing kind of outbound like we used to. And I think it's communities like this are a prime example of it. It's where do you go to find your trusted group of people who help you make buying decisions? And I think that trend is only going to accelerate in the next 5 years as more and more companies come online. And you're I don't know who. I thought that slide that Megan had of what Samsara is using is so valuable. You guys are all probably taking notes of oh, well, maybe I should try that product because it's been vetted by someone in a trusted community. And so I think buyer behaviors are changing because of that. So specialists versus generalists, I think marketers who are really good at one thing are not going to be around much longer. So if you're the Marketo expert at your company, I would start building new skills because your job is not going to exist. It might not exist today. I actually met a founder. I was referencing a MarTech company, and I met two of their customers. And I met the head of marketing, who came from a product marketing perspective or product marketing background, took over as head of marketing. They were using Marketo. He had no idea how to use Marketo. He hired an agency. Then this company that I was diligencing basically built all the automations on top of Marketo. He fired the agency, used the product, and he was able to do all the Marketo stuff without hiring a single person. So that is the future. Tool expertise is not going to matter. Being able to orchestrate across those tools will matter. So I think generalist marketers are the future. I think marketers who understand how all the parts of marketing fit together and the workflows that you need. I think being able to set a strategy and then build the AI-powered workflows around that are going to be super important. And this is an AI native marketer. I think it said, AI native marketer. I didn't know that this sign would be right behind me for this slide. But this is why you're here. If you are not adopting AI in your job, you are going to be replaced. I think the opportunity is now for you to be on the front lines and be building the skills. That's why you're here. But I ask the same interview question Megan does when I'm interviewing marketers for my portfolio companies. I'm always what are you using? And if the answer is, I'm using ChatGPT to help me brainstorm. Great, what else? That's basic. Everyone should be doing that. But what else are you doing? We use a ton of AI at Pair. It's amazing. We can ingest decks, helps me write my memos. I record all my calls. It queries the transcripts. So we have a bunch of AI tools that help us do our job because we're going to be replaced at some point. So I think every job is moving towards this, where if you're not an AI native worker, I think a lot of us, our job security is at risk. So that's all I have. Hopefully this gave you a good overview of sort of, the 10,000-foot view of what we're seeing kind of across the marketing stack, and I think just the general sort of AI ecosystem. And I'm happy to answer kind of any questions that folks have.
Questions? Thank you. Great job. You talked about the AI agencies and how they've become now scalable, and we're going to see maybe some of these agencies become so big that they could go IPO. What advice could you offer to somebody who's starting out, meaning go a very specific niche? And I asked this question yesterday from a panel as well. I got some good insights. But Like, as an example, if it's healthcare, then going home health within healthcare and then carving out that niche. Of course, the book says that go very, very narrow in your ICP, and then eventually you can expand once you build up those skills and solve a real problem. But any advice if you have in that direction would be really appreciated from an AI agency standpoint.
Yeah, I think it is it's an advantage to be narrow to begin with. It's only an advantage if you then expand. And so I think the sequencing of the expansion matters a lot, and how you use, like, why is that that initial thing that you're doing the reason that you can expand faster to that second, third, fourth thing that you want to do. So I think about that with like all the MarTech companies from my perspective. They're all going to converge because they're all trying to like orchestrate that layer and be an AI marketing team. Some of them are coming at it through content. Some of them are coming at it through like SEO. Some of them are coming at it through, marketing ops and like kind of the data layer. Some of them are coming at it from like a product marketing perspective. They're all going to try and like, their pitches to me are all like, we're going to be the AI native team. Why is the reason you're starting there the strategic reason why I should bet on you? I think is important. And so I think everyone has to start somewhere. If you're everything to everyone, you're nothing to no one. We all know that. But I think the reason that the place you start has to be strategic because it gives you an edge to go to the second and third thing. So that's what I think a lot about. It's like, why is starting with like ads the thing? Well, it gives you access to all the data, and then you get to like, start with organic, and then you can move to paid. Then, whatever the reason is that you're like starting there, I would make sure that that is a strategic advantage for when you try and move to
So I am a founder. My question is around some of your slides around like A/B testing being dead and like continuous optimization. I think there's like a huge mismatch between like the narrative of like where we think companies are headed versus what companies trust. I mean, we face that as founders like day in, day out, because I think we get a lot of like, they want humans like very vividly like in the loop. So I'm curious on, are you actually seeing companies move towards like actual automation, or is that something that theoretically we're like aiming for at this point?
Yeah, I see companies starting, like specifically for that example, they're starting with, okay, we're gonna, for the first 3 weeks or first month, we're gonna let the human approve. Then the human trusts it so much that they stop needing to do that. So sometimes you have to build the bridge to the future, and a lot of times that is, brand stuff is so sensitive, or like anything really public facing or website copy, where you want to make sure that you've spent years building this brand and this messaging. I think oftentimes it's more out of fear than like actually. I think like oftentimes the humans actually approve the stuff, but for a company that's trying to onboard people, I think having that human in the loop and then slowly automating that away is often the right approach, depending on who your ICP is. So I think that makes sense, but I think what we've seen, we have a portfolio company that does this. It's like they've started with the human approval, and they found that in the first couple weeks, once they've proven that out, then they've been able to sort of take that step out. So oftentimes you have to build the bridge.
Thanks for this. I think one of the slides you touched on the shift from inbound, outbound to an ecosystem partnership play. Do you see the latter as being scalable over time?
Yeah, I sent my deck to one of my friends, and he was like, outbound is not dead. I was like, okay. So you can make an argument. Over time, you will layer that on, but it has to be done differently. So I actually do think like ecosystem, it's like a compounding. You start with your initial sort of, like, who else can you layer on? And maybe it becomes an owned thing where, you've built the brand and credibility where like you start your own sort of newsletter or conference or something like that. But I think that it's just like the old ways of doing it just don't work because they're oversaturated. Everyone can do it. Yeah, I mean, you can, but I think it's just hard. Like, I think like you have to go find your audience where they, it's like product marketing 101. Like, who's your audience? Who's your customers? Where do they hang out? How do they find information? And maybe it's like they, depending on who they are, they maybe outbound will work for them. There's always exceptions to this stuff, but I think like the like broad-based outbound never made sense to me because it's just so inefficient. Right. Exactly. But you're at a trade show that's specifically for your, I guess. So it's like if all your audience goes there, I invested from Market One in this storage or this product that basically helps facilities management. One of their big verticals is the self-storage industry. There's a really big self-storage conference that happens every year in Vegas. There's 2,000 people. The top 2,000 self-storage companies go there. That is like their entire ICP. So it's like, what can you do to like capture that audience at that conference? And then what are you doing beforehand and after to like follow up with them? That to me is like your whole ecosystem is there. How do you leverage that? So I think events can be effective. I think certain newsletters, like certain influencers, tight-knit communities that are like the thought leaders of your audience. I think Mutiny's done a good job of this with their CMO stuff. Sixth Sense did that before then. So I think there's some good examples in the ecosystem that have done that.
Hi there, I'm Kenny, and I loved your slide around moving from marketing side. Totally have found in my experience the same thing that's really important. For Pair VC and the stages of companies that you're investing in, which is super early stage, what are the right GTM efficiency ratios to target if they should be looking at that at all?
Seed, it's the founder. Seed, it's often the founder. The question, yeah, I mean at seed stage, maybe you've hired one or two people on the go-to-market side, and I think it depends on your go-to-market motion of like who that first hire is, in addition to the skills of the founder. So it's like not an always one-size-fits-all.
Got it. So it's like obviously there's you're doing founder-led sales, but then is there like obviously LTV to CAC might be overkill at that point. So it's just like get product market fit or get scale.
The way I generally think about it, so when I was when we were running Market One, we invest in early stage companies, pre-seed through Series A, mostly seed, and we invest in 35 companies. Our value add was helping you hire your first marketer, build your marketing team and strategy. The common things we saw were like, when are you ready to actually hire a marketer? It's when you have a handful of customers, you're actually like fairly confident that you're ready to scale up, like you can handle more people, and then you may or may not know what your go-to-market motion is going to look like. And so I think that's the other thing of like, do you have a sense for like distribution and how that's going to work? Have you done anything there? And maybe you hire some agencies to start or some fractional people. I think the whole fractional world is like super interesting right now because there's amazing people who are doing fractional things. Whereas I think 10 years ago, you wouldn't have gotten the caliber of people to do that. So I think who you hire initially, sometimes it's customer success. If you have like, one of my companies, it's like their onboarding and like customer expansion is actually really important. So their first go-to-market hire is going to be a customer success person to help with like sort of nurturing those customers, and the founder's really good at founder-led sales. So it sort of is like not a one-size-fits-all, it's dependent. And if anyone tells you otherwise, they don't know what they're talking about, because I think VCs often give founders really bad advice on this stuff, where they're like, when you hit this, you need this. It's like, no, it's so nuanced because it depends on your go-to-market motion, who your customers are, what the strengths of the team are, and then you can kind of piece it together, but there's no one-size-fits-all. And that's honestly why we started Market One, was because we kept seeing just bad advice being given to founders, and then they'd hire like a CMO at seed stage, and we're like, you don't need that, and this person isn't doing any work. So, I think it's find people at your stage, see what they're doing, but it's not always a one-size-fits-all.
Cool. Thank you very much, Kathleen. This was awesome. She'll be here for a few more minutes if anybody. Cool. We're going to take a break, coffee break, and then we have a very important Where is settings for you? One second.
Just quickly.
No.
I can just.
One second. Give me a minute and I'll announce. I'm waiting for the interview to finish. Hello, everyone. We are back. Everybody in the lunchroom, if you can make your way back into the main stage hall. Thank you. So we are going to talk about a very important topic, which is AI and SEO. As you know, lots of changes are happening in SEO. There is Google, there's Perplexity, there is being able to, whether you should set up keywords for Google or for the agents, and whether you should even invest in SEO, how much of the blogs that are being written by AI are all the questions that I had. And that's why I reached out to Abhijit, who is an expert at SEO and the age of AI. He's going to walk us through everything how to do it right, what is changing, and what is the future going to be. So without any further delay, Abhijit, please give him a round of applause. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all here. Thanks for inviting. Hot topic. It's something that almost every industry is talking about, thinking about. It's already something that is impacting an industry, or it's going to impact in the coming future. So quickly about me, I am Abhishek Surana here. I lead SEO at Course Hero. We are in the edtech space. I've been mostly in the edtech space. I'm also an SEO consultant and growth advisor. I've been in the industry for the last 15 years, primarily doing SEO, technical SEO, content-based SEO. Before I get into some of the details of the content here, a quick show of hands, like how many of you actually manage SEO for your brand? So, okay, not many. So this helps me understand that the content I'm going to share here is going to be a little high level. I'm going to go over a little bit about how to do SEO, and then more on how to optimize for LLM search, and also how to leverage AI for SEO. So very briefly, I know you guys probably know about user journey, conversion funnel. There is an SEO journey. There's an SEO funnel that people need to be aware of, which is every piece of content that's written needs to be discovered. That's based on the site architecture, that's based on your internal links, all of those content that needs to be crawled. It needs to be crawled in a timely fashion, and again, that depends on your sitemaps, that depends on your HTML sitemaps. Based on the quality of the content, the uniqueness of the content, the speed of your pages, indexation is then determined for that content. And then ranking is based on, is the content that you have is demanded or not? among other factors. There are more than 200 different ranking factors. And then a click is when a piece of content that's showing up on SERP and someone clicks on it. That's an organic landing. And then finally, how engaged the users are. Are people bouncing? Are people staying on the page? Are they going back and searching again? Are they clicking on a competitor's result? All of that are known as like bad bounces. So you want to minimize the number of bad bounces, and that's reflected in your engagement metrics. So that's the SEO funnel, the journey of a piece of content from an SEO perspective. A number of different KPIs that you may want to optimize for depending on the type of the business, depending on the space that you are, depending on your competitive industry. So I'm not going to go over all of this, but just wanted to leave it out here just for people to roughly understand what metrics are important in this space. Something that I like to mention in terms of trying to keep a good tab on is how are you doing versus your competitors. So a tool like a SimilarWeb can be used to see for the last 3 years, how are you trending versus your competitors? How much of your traffic is organic versus direct versus email versus paid versus all of the other channels versus your competitors, right? So this helps you get some leverage on whether you want to double down on SEO or a different channel. And I don't think I have to reiterate this enough, that organic is the highest ROI channel. The investment here is the people and some tools. Unlike most other channels, be it email or paid or affiliates, you have to keep pumping in the money to get that traffic. This is extremely high ROI traffic. It's also important to keep a tab on how your site is seen as an engaged site versus your competitors. People always talk about, hey, we need to improve time on site, pages per session, things like that. But like by how much? Ideally, better than your competitors is the first place to start. And then quickly going over some of the ranking factors before I go into some of the AI stuff. Again, a wide variety of ranking factors out there. I categorize them into three. One, things that you can't really control, which is based on demand. Like let's say there's Gen AI that's happening right now. You can't necessarily control that. If COVID happens, there's seasonality. If there's a competitor that's free or cheaper, you can't necessarily control that. But all of that can impact your organic metrics, traffic metrics. And then things that you can control. That will be your product, which is your UX, your brand awareness, the types of features that you have on the site, how unique your content is, the quality of your content, the breadth of your content, your internal links, page performance, metadata. These are all things that you have control over that you can prioritize on your roadmap based on which part of the SEO funnel, if you remember from 2 slides ago, which part of the SEO funnel are you lagging? Based on that, you may need to figure out what from these controllables you want to prioritize in your roadmaps. And then in between, there's things that you can't necessarily directly control, but are influenced based on changes that you make on the product content and SEO side, which is how your site shows up on Google SERP and what changes Google is making to the SERP layout. Some bad SEO advice to spot, especially when you're working with an agency. If someone says that, hey, we're going to help you get to number 1, nobody can control that. So if someone can guarantee that, that's a red flag. Just adding more keywords. Today, intent is way more important than stuffing keywords. Backlinks matter, but again, content is king. Backlinks to content that's low quality, not unique, again, it's not going to matter as much. People who say technical SEO is not important, is dead. That is still the foundation, no matter if you're optimizing for UX. Again, is critical. You have to design your site, your pages for users, not for bots. I'm going to go over the AI content piece in a bit. You need to track everything. That's the one big issue I see in the industry when different sites are optimizing from an SEO perspective. There's not necessarily a clear way of measuring whether the changes are having an impact or not. So defining that, any change that you make, let's say you have, let me throw out a number, let's say you have 10,000 pages, you're making a change, you should be able to make that change on, let's say, half of them and compare it to the other half that you haven't made the changes. You can see what's the impact on crawl, what's the impact on indexation, what's the impact on rankings, what's the impact on clicks, what's the impact on engagement, what's the impact on conversions, whichever metric that you're trying to optimize for at the corporate level. All of these are trackable, measurable. So making SEO changes based on a hunch, based on a hypothesis, is only good if you can measure it, and only then you'll be able to confidently scale it and then report that back to the C-suite to get higher prioritization of SEO initiatives in the future. Not going to go over all of this. Again, these are some SEO best practices to keep in mind when it comes to keyword research, the type of content to create, page performance, how to leverage Gen AI. Again, the Gen AI part I'm going to go over a little bit more in detail in a bit. On the content quality side, more recently, this is about a month or so ago, someone had identified that Google does use a site quality score. So in their source code, they were able to see site quality, and it's the quality of your site is at the subdomain level. So if you have a brand.com but you have a subdomain, those are treated differently from a quality perspective. It depends on how many people are actually searching for your brand directly, and there was a strong correlation between that. Not sure if that is exactly how it's determined, but there's a correlation between how many people actually search for your brand on Google. Talking a little bit more about quality, it's also important to keep the hygiene of your site pretty strong. There have been enough case studies and evidence when you remove large volumes of low quality, duplicate, or non-demanded content, there has been a reciprocal increase in traffic for everything that you are retaining, especially on the higher quality side. And this is something that we have observed multiple times. Some quick mobile related optimizations or best practices. Obviously, don't use full screen overlays. Make sure that all of your content is at least 16 pixels in size. Basically making sure that you don't have to zoom in to be able to see the content. Again, you want to maintain a certain number of pixels in terms of tab targets, and there has to be a little bit of a space between the links. So all some good hygiene from an SEO perspective to keep in mind. Now I'm going to dive into AI's impact on SEO. Google is still huge in terms of market share. It's 83+%. The market share is saturating, but Google's revenue, ad revenue, organic traffic, ChatGPT has grown rapidly in the last couple of years, but it's still about 4-ish%. So sure, we have to think about optimizing for LLMs, but let's not forget that the lion's share of organic traffic is still Google. That includes Google AI overviews. But if the current rate of ChatGPT's growth stays for the next 4 years, and that's assuming there is no change in how fast Google grows or declines, it's expected to catch up in about 4 years. So sure, it may not be the lion's share of your traffic today, but this is something that you need to prepare for. Again, it varies by the industry. Different industries are impacted differently. And I have a list of industries that are most impacted today and least. So we'll go over that. This is what we are seeing. We are seeing an increase in traffic coming from ChatGPT. At the same time, we are seeing some decline in traffic coming from Google. Obviously, the scales are very different. At the top, it still makes up for only a couple of % of our traffic. This is still 90+% of our traffic. from Google. So in terms of industries that are impacted, the ones that are most impacted are in the publishing and media space, goes without saying, anything that's more informational on the finance side, health, education, ed tech, the industry that I'm in, travel, hospitality, e-commerce, retail, legal B2B services. And then the industries that are least impacted, at least so far, are more on the B2B SaaS side. Like very specialized services, be it in the healthcare space or luxury purchase space. So again, there are various reasons for why different industries are impacted differently, but it is fair to say that more informational content is more impacted than more niche content. Obviously, there are a lot of hallucinations happening. Many have seen examples thrown around that accuracy is not necessarily the strong suit today, although that's going to change over time. I'm not going to go over this. This is not advice that I'm giving you guys in terms of what you need to do for your health. So some burning questions like, will AI replace SEO? Right? No. AI SEO is still SEO. It will shift more focus on user intent. The focus will shift on higher quality structured content. This was already the case with traditional SEO, but there was a keyword component to it that was pretty prominent as well, but now it's going to be a lot more user focused, user intent focused. Also, over time, and it's not the case today, but over time, advertisers will also switch to LLMs, and once that starts happening, each of these players are going to change the layout, what content shows in what order. So that's something that you have to keep a close tab on, and something that you might want to react to be ahead of your competitors. How do you optimize for LLMs? Firstly, focusing on clarity, completeness, and providing the full context. There are specific structured data that you could use in terms of markups, but also tables, lists, those are preferred. FAQs rank pretty well when it comes to LLM search. And then if you can, provide a concise summary at the top or at the bottom, those get picked up as well. One other thing worth remembering is ChatGPT still uses Bing search for some of the sites that it cites at the bottom as sources. So let's say you're searching for a question on ChatGPT, and then for some of them it may show like up to 3 links. Those 3 links, I believe, are coming from a post-processing step from Bing search. So the same query, if you put it on Bing search, ChatGPT is probably picking up maybe the top 10 or 20, and then based on the actual intent of the query, will pick the top 3 to source from there. So you may still want to optimize for Bing search, something that we have neglected for over a couple of decades now. Consider optimizing or allowing explicitly LLM bots. That is especially if you are not worried about your content being stolen and trained and the traffic being taken away. So if you do want to continue to get more traffic through LLM search, then you may want to explicitly allow those bots on your sitemaps and robots.txt. And then continue to optimize for traditional search. Again, I want to stress a little bit more here that intent volume is more useful than search volume, and I'm sure over time, different AI-based SEO tools will try to reflect intent volume more explicitly in how they measure and track key SEO metrics. Can AI write SEO content that ranks? Yes, but I have another slide coming up that may give you a pause. But I would not recommend writing all of your content purely based on AI. There has to be a human component to the curation of the content. You have to make sure that it's accurate as much as possible. Original thought leadership is still given higher weight from a ranking perspective than AI-written content. And here is something that was shared not too long ago at a conference in a couple of weeks ago in Europe. Google now is giving the lowest rating to content which it believes is purely AI written with no human curation or human involvement. And the next score is for content that has some minimal human involvement. So over time, you can imagine there's going to be an algorithm update that hits, which is going to target all of the sites with content that is purely AI written. But having said that, I'm a huge proponent of adding supplemental content to your page using AI. So let's say you have an article about a specific topic, you want to add some facts, you want to add some summaries, you want to add some visualizations, you want to add some data or table, all of that, certainly use AI for that. This was also pretty interesting to note that within a few hours of writing an article, it starts showing up as a source on Google AI Overviews. This is something that one of the top SEO experts had shared on LinkedIn, that this is an article on top 10 ways to optimize for Google Discover. That article itself doesn't matter, but within 7 hours, this was listed as a source. One other thing that's coming up, again, depending on the industry that you're in or depending on whether you're optimizing for videos or not, AI is coming to Google is already, YouTube is testing a video carousel at the top, which may or may not be the full video, but maybe like a few clips that is dependent or based on the intent of the query. So let's say you're searching for something, instead of getting the laundry list of, instead of getting the traditional list of videos on YouTube that you typically get, you'll get a carousel at the top that is more targeted based on the intent of the query and may take you directly to specific parts of the YouTube video that will be more relevant for you. And obviously, they're going to be using AI to train that. Content sites are obviously going to struggle if they are not creating unique content, if there's not unique research, if there is not unique expertise that is shared, or if they don't have something engaging on that page for the user, because why else would a user come to a traditional site like a content site if they don't have something to engage with? It's not a unique perspective, it's not coming from a trusted source. So if you are in that space, something to consider, that you want to make sure that your make sure you are balancing AI-written content with human curation, and then use the right tools to monitor the trends. It's very important to know not just how much traffic you are getting through LLMs, but also how much traffic your competitors are getting. There are many tools, I'm listing them in a slide that you could use, which will tell you exactly for which keywords, how much traffic you're getting from ChatGPT, from Perplexity, from Claude. So that will help you understand whether you want to double down on that, what's the opportunity. One other thing to keep in mind is, how is the traffic performing on your site? So let's say you're getting 10% of your traffic from ChatGPT. Is that converting on par, much better or worse than traditional search traffic? And again, that will influence your decision on whether you want to double down on optimizing for LLM search or not. Something that we are observing is actually traffic through LLM sources that are cited. They actually are performing much better because they are users with higher intent. how are SEOs using AI for content ideation and clustering? So you don't want to create similar content, you want to cluster some of the content and for that keyword augmentation. Creating summaries of content, also refreshing content is something that you can do using LLMs, again with some human curation, but it's a much faster task today than it was in the past. Internal linking optimization, so this is where you can use AI to understand where are silos on your site and figure out which content pieces require more internal linking, which one are overlinked, which one are underlinked. And then you can do technical audits. LLMs actually are doing a pretty decent job. From an SEO perspective, when we have used AI for title generation, for H1s, things like that, we have more than 200 million pieces of content across our portfolio companies, and we have used AI to generate titles, and it does a much better job of those than what we can do or what our users provide us at scale. Another quick tidbit before I go to the next one is meta descriptions. People who still are trying to optimize for meta descriptions, one easy hack that we identified was just don't show meta descriptions to Google. It actually does a much better job of identifying the right meta description to show because it knows what the user intent is, it knows what the page is talking about. You trying to optimize that for Google. In most cases, we have identified that Google does a much better job of that. So we saw an increase in traffic by just removing all meta descriptions. Content summarization and topic augmentation is something that's AI is very powerful at. It's very easy to create strong summaries of the content. Depending on the type of industry that you're in, you may want to leverage that to lead in your users into understanding how to use your platform. Creating FAQ sections, again, you can look at your competitors, you can look at what generally is ranking on ChatGPT, you can generally also look at what people are asking in the people also ask section on Google, and then use that to train a model that will create FAQ sections for all of your article pieces. And it can do a lot more. One good use case is, let's say you have a large library of content and you want to understand what's the quality of that content, how do you want to prioritize which content needs to be refreshed, which content needs to be internal linked, which content is higher quality versus lower. Again, it does a really good job of giving you quality scores for the pieces of content that you have in your library, and you can leverage that to either refresh the content, change the content, kill that content, no index it. So things that would have been much harder or you would have had to wait for actual performance signals to react to, you can use AI-based content quality scores for that. And this is going back to the why backlinks don't matter as much for LLM search because unlike brand mentions still matter. Here's an example, like brand mentions now matter not because they increase authority directly, but because they strengthen the position of the brand as an entity with the broader semantic network. Here's a quick view of the different page types that perform well in LLM search. So core pages, articles, documents, those perform really well. Pages that are primarily based on video, images, UGC, they don't do as well on LLM search. Some tools to potentially leverage. I didn't know all the sponsors of the event, but there might be one here. And the one that I have at the bottom, LLM traffic tracking profound, is something that I would recommend. It gives pretty accurate tracking of how much traffic you're getting from each of the LLMs. What to do next? Audit your current strategy through an AI lens. Where are the gaps? What are the opportunities? How are competitors doing? Use the necessary tools to measure that. Layer in automation to free up creativity. What I mean by that is, if you're spending hours or a ton of resources in creating content, train them to leverage AI, but making sure that there is a strong human component added to it. Obviously, monitor LLM evolution closely and train the team on AI literacy. Lastly, there have been a lot of different terms being thrown out. GEO, LLM optimization, AEO, I still call it SEO. It's still search optimization, just where you're searching is different. And a lot of the traditional search best practices still do apply here. So just remember, SEO is a journey, not the destination. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Abhijit. That was great. In the interest of time, if you have questions, you can, I think you covered a lot already and gave everybody actionable input. Go ahead. Thank you very much. You guys can catch him. So we've had a slight change in the agenda. The next speaker, Michelle, who was supposed to speak about AI and storytelling, hasn't been able to make it for personal reasons. So we'll have change a little bit. So Brent from Qualcomm is going to talk about what he was going to talk about at 1:30. Cool. So thank you, Brent. Yeah. You've flown in from San Diego.
San Diego.
That is fantastic. And we will hear everything that you've been doing with AI. So after this, we'll have lunch, which is 12 to 1. And then you need to stay on to listen to Tejas, who is the CEO of Hightouch. And they raised $80 million in AI and marketing space a couple of months ago. So you need to, you should stay back for what he has to say about all of these things. Thank you very much. Let me help you. Oh, you have the, oh, this is perfect. Thank you.
Got a new laptop. This is my first time presenting on an external monitor. Give me just a second. Hi, everyone. Very excited to be here with you at the AI and Marketing Summit. Hope everyone's having a nice time so far. Before I dive into my presentation, I just want to get a sense of the room. I've met a lot of folks already, but if you could stand up if you work at a startup. You consider yourself a startup or you have like less than 1,000 employees. Stand up, come on. There you go. Cool. Now the investors know who works for a startup. All right, you guys can sit down. And if you work for an enterprise, self-identify as an enterprise, 1,000 employees or more, come on, CrowdStrike table. There you go. Now the startups know who to go target. Awesome. And you can just raise your hand for this one. Who has used or deployed a generative AI solution at work? All right. Has anyone regretted that decision yet? No, everyone's in a good spot. All right, well, my job here is done. Okay, my name's Brent Summers. I'm a senior marketing manager at Qualcomm Technologies. I'm the global lead for our account-based marketing program at Qualcomm, and I'm also the platform champion for a generative AI solution called Writer. Last question before I move on. Have you guys ever heard of Qualcomm? Good, lots of folks. So I'm still going to tell you a little bit about us anyway. For anyone who has not heard of Qualcomm, we're enabling intelligent computing everywhere. We're a company of around 45,000 employees, headquartered in San Diego, and our products are in a whole array of end markets. If you drive a car or carry a smartphone, there's a strong chance there's Qualcomm technologies inside of that device. And beyond our products, we also invest a lot in research. We've done $100 billion of R&D since the lifetime of the company, and that's resulted in 160,000 patents. You probably have heard of 3G, 4G, 5G. Most of that innovation has come out of San Diego and the rest of the Qualcomm offices. I'm particularly excited. This is a piece of trivia I learned when I joined Qualcomm. We have one engineer, her name is Marta. She holds 700 patents, and most of them relate to video compression and video streaming. So, hi, Mom. We can thank Marta for the folks on the YouTube stream. It's her technologies, her patents that have helped really proliferate online video. Undergirding all of these innovations, though, is AI. The latest cell phones, cars, wireless routers, even your PC, they all have AI engines that are helping to run AI workloads locally. It doesn't all happen in the cloud. And so that's the setup. We've also activated AI within our workforce at Qualcomm, and that's what I'm going to tell you a little bit about today. Generative AI is not a magic fix. You guys have figured that out already. It's a tool, and it succeeds or fails based on how well we integrate it into our real workflows. Yesterday, we heard a lot about bottoms-up innovation and top-down mandates. And we had both of those things at Qualcomm. We've tackled AI adoption head first. We secured early wins by focusing on high-value use cases, and we have designed workflows that help keep humans in control. In this talk, I'm going to tell you about our AI adoption story, the good, the bad, and the unexpected. And you're going to walk away with some practical strategies for integrating AI into your workflows without sacrificing quality control, creativity, or content quality. If you're evaluating a generative AI solution for your org, this talk is going to help you to avoid buyer's remorse and deliver real value from day one. We've deployed several solutions at Qualcomm. One of those is Writer, which I'm going to focus on today. I'm going to share our framework for defining use cases, including a template and a prioritization exercise that you can use. That same framework will help you evaluate the kinds of solution that you put in place to satisfy that use case. And then finally, I'm going to recap this with some key takeaways. So it's kind of like an Aesop's fable. I'm going to tell you a story, and then I'm going to share the lessons at the end that you're supposed to take away from it. So to set the stage, we'll talk about our timeline. If you are interested in reading the case study, there's a QR code in the top corner that you can't scan. Sorry about that. There's another one that's in the same spot, but come up to me later if you're interested in the template or reading the case study, and I'll get you pointed. Okay, so everyone remembers when ChatGPT went viral in November of 2023. That was the moment, I think, when AI moved from the background of our lives into the foreground of our lives. But AI has been proliferating quietly for years and years and years. It's actually been in your cell phone, helping you do color correction on your phone for a long time. If you have a self-driving car, that's AI happening locally. So, November 2022, ChatGPT goes viral. I see an opportunity to help lead Qualcomm towards this space. I had been experimenting with generative AI since June of 2020. It was my pandemic project. I used the GPT-3 wrapper to help create headlines. A good sense of what their founders were like. They have a technical CTO, his name is Wasim, and they have a very business-savvy founder, her name is May. So she's the CEO, he's the CTO. All of those were really positive signals that said Writer was the right solution for us. And then I had to wait. I had to wait for the Generative AI Council to be formed, for us to get information security, IT, and legal from all of the jurisdictions where we do business, because it's different in Germany than it is in China, than it is in the United States. And I was frustrated, admittedly. I thought it was moving slow. I've come to appreciate that all of that foundation setting has allowed us to move faster and scale bigger than I ever thought possible. By the end of the year, we had scaled the use of Writer from our 12 people who participated in a pilot to over 100 users, which busted our contract. We had to renegotiate. And then last April, the CEO, May Habib, she presented at our offsite and really helped get more folks around marketing interested in generative AI and Writer as a whole. They visited our campus, met with our leaders, hosted workshops, and even done bi-weekly office hours in order to help keep people staying productive. We published a case study in December, which you can't link to, so I'll just rattle off some key wins there. We have 360 people using Writer today within marketing. 85% of those people use it at least once a week. We're seeing time saved as the primary value vector, and have calculated around an 8.6x ROI on our investment. So very, very pleased with our progress with Writer so far. I'm here today to talk to you at the AI and Marketing Summit. Last month we did a workshop to jumpstart AI Studio, which gives us the ability to build our own apps. And this morning, while eating my Cheerios, I published a new app. Hi, Cabot. He published an app in Writer, or built it, and I published it, that defines YouTube titles and descriptions based on the transcript of the video. So we upload a raw video before it's been published to YouTube, get the associated metadata, and then our publication team has that content to bring it to the social platform. And who knows what's next? When we started, I knew this was going to be a tough road, and so I really thought through who are all the players and what are our roles and responsibilities. I made this onion diagram in FigJam because I needed to model out who needed to be involved and what were our roles and responsibilities. Seems simple and maybe even trivial, but I've referred to this 20 times at least as I'm navigating different conversations with layers in the organization. So this really helps communicate that Writer is an excellent product at the center of this work. Around the perimeter, you can see that we have executive support. I had support from the CIO and the CMO. And then the layers in between talk about the different roles and responsibilities. So I might be the product lead alongside our IT team and our legal team. We also found out that we needed to have an editorial council of sorts. Somebody needed to decide if we were going to use the Oxford comma. And that's different from team to team within marketing. We also have terms that we manage. We have a lot of trademarks. And so the legal team helps to manage those in the platform. We came up with this idea of team leads, people who champion their use case and socialize them with other folks who have similar use cases. And then finally, there are the individual users, the run-of-the-mill folks. Most of the 360 people are just an individual user, and we love them. We did a pilot. We had 12 users who evaluated 16 use cases. At the end of our pilot, we asked a series of questions, but here's two of them. How satisfied are you with Writer? And would you recommend Writer to a colleague? And you can see the answers there. Very satisfied or mostly satisfied. Nothing else chosen. Definitely would recommend or probably would recommend. Nothing else chosen. So there was strong signal coming out of the pilot that we had found a winning solution. What's not shown here is that every person, all 12, they said, yes, I want a seat, please don't take it away. We also evaluated time savings, and that varied from case to case, as low as 5% and as high as 70%. Another thing that's not captured here is that during the pilot and throughout each of our cohorts, and I'll talk about cohorts in a minute, we evaluated satisfaction on a weekly basis for the first 6 weeks. So that time series data revealed an interesting pattern. Between weeks 2 and 3, satisfaction with the platform dropped significantly. And as I dug in to understand why that was, it's because the novelty wore off. People said, it's fun to use, but where's the real utility? And so that's how we implemented or began to implement ongoing office hours, was to help prevent churn and get people unstuck. What's the thing you're trying to do that you're frustrated by? How do we teach you to prompt better in order to get the outputs you're looking for? And prompting is part of it, but I think the larger theme that I've seen is task decomposition. Our brain knows the alphabet is A to Z, or the steps to this process are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the LLM doesn't know that. So if you ask it to create a blog post on the future of 6G, it'll do it, but it's gonna not be great. You really wanna have it go through the same steps that you would, outlining, researching, synthesizing, and then you're gonna have much better results. So those are the things that we learned from really studying how users were interacting with the platform. We're getting to sort of the highlight, the climax of this talk is about use cases. After our pilot, before anyone else could gain access to the platform, I asked them to define their use case. More than ask, I made them. You couldn't get access if you didn't go through, click on the Fig Jam, and tell me about your task, your inputs, and your outputs. So I'm showing here the original 25 use cases that we evaluated for Writer post-pilot, and I've grouped them based on commonality, and that's how we decided to onboard people. We put people into cohorts who were accomplishing similar tasks, and this will not surprise you, but they reflected our sort of sub-departments. The comms team, they were interested in doing blog posts and press notes. The digital strategy team, they wanted social media posts. The product marketing team were doing messaging guides and product briefs. And so by grouping people into their natural use cases, we created a community of folks who were all learning at the same time. And some people, usually the ones without gray hair, took to the thing. I've got grays, but they took to the platform quickest. Not in every case, but the point was you could find people who were really clicked for them, and they could share their insights back to the same group that was trying to accomplish similar tasks. And so documenting the use case is a bit like casting a spell, and once you get it just right, magical things can happen. And we didn't go so far as putting people into Hogwarts houses, but the cohort-based model I do think is something that I would absolutely do again if I was bringing on another platform. It really created a supportive group of people, like I said, trying to accomplish similar tasks. People learned from small group trainings and shared advanced prompting techniques. This is another more zoomed in case of the use case diagram or map, so I would take a picture of this. The key elements of a generative AI use case are your task, your inputs, and your outputs. When you're thinking about your task, it's what's your activity, how frequently are you doing it, what's the time required? What are my inputs? Is it a list? Is it an Excel file? Is it a PDF? That's okay. Is it a video? Where is it located? On the internet? On a OneDrive somewhere? Is it company confidential information or sensitive at all? Those are the things you need to consider, because we're not allowed to put everything in Writer. I can't put our trade secrets, our most, our deepest code related to our platforms. What are the output formats? Is there a particular style you're looking for, a particular voice? We've got voices built for different brands, for different executives. We also have a range of other voices for, say, like a developer persona. So thinking through your use case really positions you for success, for a successful prompt. The LLM doesn't know what you don't tell it. You've got to give it instructions and adequate context. And so thinking through your use case before you go in to the platform is priming your own brain to give complete, valid instructions to the AI. When you've got a use case defined, then you can use some critical thinking to understand the value of those use cases. You really want to invest in things that are highly recurring, things that are frequently done or shared between people, things that require meticulous attention to detail or a large corpus of data, things that are structured. I have the same inputs to look for the same outputs, or I have a very specific message or voice that I'm trying to do. Those are some signals that something is a strong fit use case for generative AI that you want to make sure is done well. Now you can plot them, I found that the writer solutions align to these sort of buckets, and I'll walk you through those. The first is Ask Writer. That's a standard chatbot interface. If you're using ChatGPT or Perplexity, that's the same kind of modality as Ask Writer. This is great. What's cool about Writer is it also allows us to manage our terms and trademarks and style guides. It gives us an editing workflow similar to Grammarly. Team prompts, when you have something that is not done super frequently, but is shared by groups of people, you might consider a team prompt solution. We have 10,000 Microsoft Copilot users at Qualcomm, and we use a Teams plugin called Prompt Buddy for people to share really extensive prompts for whatever's appropriate for their user group. Writer has built a feature within the platform so that I'm no longer using Prompt Buddy or shared document. It's actually available right inside the platform. And I'm going to move on to an example to give you one team prompt that a person named Will on our campaigns team wrote. This is really incredible. He built a prompt creator. Your goal is to help me craft the best possible prompt for my needs. The prompt will be used by you, writer. You will follow the following process: 1, 2A, B, C, and 3. And so this is like an iterative, collaborative prompt builder. It's really helpful for anybody getting started. And so we baked that into a team prompt because nobody's going to remember this like 3-paragraph set of instructions, but now it's just a point and click to drop that into the Ask Writer interface and get started. And we have dozens more like that. I'm really a big fan of custom instructions. Again, if you're using ChatGPT and you've made a project, that's a very similar kind of concept to what Writer calls a session. And within a session, you can have custom instructions, and I'll show you an example for that as well. So here is my use case map for annual reviews. I sit in a cross-functional role. I interface with a lot of people. I got over 40 requests for peer reviews last year during AR. Big milestone for our company in terms of generative AI solutions. We were approved last year to use Copilot or Writer in our annual review process. The previous year, we were not allowed. But you don't just want to use generative AI. I really wanted to think meticulously about this. So here's my case. I need to draft my annual review. I'm going to use it once a year. Particularly aligned to job skills or competency areas that are prescribed by the company. Not really specific about the output, and the voice that I'm looking for when I'm writing feedback is direct and motivational. So that translates to the writer interface as a set of instructions, a prompt, and an optional data source that you can put in. So the writer best practices for a prompt is you answer who, what, when, where, and why. My custom instructions are over here on the left. I know that's wonky for you to read, so it says, you're a senior manager on the commercial go-to-market team with 20 years of professional experience. Help me draft annual review statements about some of my closest collaborators who work in sales, IT, and marketing. Your feedback should be direct, providing specific examples to substantiate points. Equally important, your feedback should be kind. It should motivate others to do even better work in the coming year. Align your feedback to these competency areas: analytical skills, building trusting relationships, communication, creating the new and different, decision-making, and getting work done. So that's my custom instructions that support my whole session for all 40 of my annual reviews. And then I said something, I can't read this, it's too small. Write a review for Johnny Appleseed. He's the lead apple tree grower. I let her work together on a website design project. Johnny demonstrated a commitment to. So I just sort of gave it, quick notes on what I could remember about Johnny. And that's the first part. Here's the next. It's going through each of my competency criteria and thinking through based on the context that I gave it, what kind of feedback might I offer? And that was a jumping off point for me to say, yeah, that resonates, and then adapt it, put it in my own words, put my own substantiating points as I needed to. So again, not a copy and paste exercise, but it definitely reduced my cognitive load to take my summary notes and then put that inside of our corporate framework. And then the final quadrant are agents. That's what's hot today. When I first became a writer customer, these were called templates, and then they became apps, and now they are agents. And it's the same sort of like unit, but it's become much more capable. Agents now can invoke other agents to create workflows. Agents can connect to external data sources. They can call tools. They can be extended with Python so that they can finally do a little bit of math and create some deterministic outputs. So agents are sort of the top right. You really want to know it's a high value use case before I'm going to take one of my agent credits off of my license and dedicate it to a person or a use case. That lower left there, I've got plus the dollar value. So I've been thinking mostly in terms of like frequency and commonality. There are lots of units of value: time saved, costs avoided, incremental revenue, SEO ranking improvements, Google ad performance, ticket deflection. Those are all additional considerations for whether you want to invest heavily in a particular generative AI use case. At Qualcomm, we've relied heavily on time savings, but it's not the only thing. Earlier I showed you the use case map with the sample like prompt to the side. I'm still figuring out how to model this out, but this is what an agentic workflow looks like in my mind. If you are an Adobe customer, you've heard about the content supply chain. So we're imagining I put a creative brief into Workfront, and that kicks off another agent that proposes an ad. That ad, once created, then kicks off a workflow to have brand and legal review it. Once that's approved, then it actually goes into Adobe Ad Cloud and launches the campaign. We haven't created that yet. That's why it's just a little stick figure model there. But that's our agentic future, I think, and a way to model that out based on the same use case template. All right. So 5 tips for avoiding generative AI buyer's remorse. Number 1, prioritize high-value use cases. Look for things that are frequent or common. Time saved might be your most obvious value vector, but there are probably others if you're willing to do the legwork. Create momentum with early adopters. A bit of healthy friction can weed out the looky-loos, turn skeptics into champions. You want to monitor satisfaction levels and mitigate issues early, and make sure to celebrate wins. There's plenty of frustration in this, so when you find the wins, you definitely want to celebrate those. Foster a community of learning and sharing. Create cohorts. Find a way to share prompts and best practices. Maybe attend the AI and Marketing Summit. Be pragmatic about the possibilities. So choose the right tool for the job. A hammer is a lousy screwdriver, and LLMs are not very good at math. But maybe check back in 2 months because it's a frothy space. These tools are getting better every day. And then finally, build stuff that matters. Find recurring tasks that you can automate. In my world, enforcing BRAD guidelines is really important, and maybe make your boss's life a little easier. I've got a few minutes for questions, maybe.
Yeah. Any questions?
Hi, my name is Levi. I work with SUSE. I also procured a writer like 6 months ago. And so I just wanted to say, one, excellent presentation, very valuable, doing a lot of this stuff. Have questions in some of these areas that you pretty much just solved for me, or at least heavily answered, so thank you for that. Very valuable. My biggest issue was always adoption, right? Like the really hardcore content creators were like, no, I'm absolutely not using that, and I don't want it. And that was probably my biggest challenge to solve, and still
So definitely people who are comfortable writers were some of the slowest to uptake, right? I don't need that. I'm happy looking at a blank page. I'm one of those people. So a couple things. One, I recruited them to become a part of the editorial team. So they had a vested interest, right? You have strong opinions about this stuff? Come be on the leadership team, on the inner circle. Another thing I suggested for them is ask writer how your last piece is, how it can be improved. So that's, you don't have to use it to make something, but it could maybe help spar with you around how to make it better. To your question, we did, like I said, cohort-based models. So we basically, like every 2 to 4 weeks, we started a new user group. And so all of those folks were opt-in. They all completed that use case. So anyone who was a part of one of those cohorts was at least a little writer curious. And I staged that in a way that there were small groups first that were increasing. So I tried to make increasing volume. And it was pretty fun because we were wearing writer garb and high-fiving each other about this thing that we had just done. It created quite a bit of buzz, and people were then eager to get their hands on it. So I guess long story long, figure out who you think is going to be a vocal champion for you and talk to them in front of the people who are skeptics.
Cool. Any more?
Hi, Brent. My name's Ashley. This was a really nice detailed look at how you took a writer that you had a lot of confidence in, right? Because you talked about how you evaluated the CEO, the CTO, and all, and then kind of made this journey. I'm just thinking now that you've had a success case, right, with the writer, are you seeing also a need from within Qualcomm for more of such evangelists across the Gen AI or the AI landscape?
Yeah.
And is there a new role that's developing, which is AI evangelism, right? And which is a mix of strategy and technology, essentially.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I hope my boss is listening. I think we're maybe atypical from an enterprise because we are an AI company that's been researching AI for 15, 16 years. So we have a number of generative AI solutions. Writer was the first external solution to be approved by our generative council. But we have a number of internally developed solutions as well. And it's really about choosing the right tool for the job. If I'm trying to write a Jira user story, I should go use Chatwise because it was trained on Jira tickets. So there are definitely multiple people like me who are evangelizing the use of AI within product management, within engineering. And I think each group's tools are chosen based on what's best for them. Now, Writer is used by a number of departments, but most heavily by marketing. And I mentioned there's 10,000 Copilot users, so there are absolutely power users for Microsoft Copilot and Copilot Studio in our engineering groups, because that's, 85% of our user base. Short answer to your question is yes, there's a need for that, and I think we are staffing that way. Yeah.
Cool. So thank you very much, Brent.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The lunch is served, so we'll meet again at 1. Also, the pictures for day 1 have come out really nice. So if you haven't met with Kevin and taken your headshot, or you want to take a picture with somebody else, please do, because I just saw the pictures and it is looking gorgeous. Thank you very much.
The photo sucks. Stop lying.
Yes, after lunch. this yours?
Yeah.
I'll just keep it.
Okay, cool. Let me get on the Wi-Fi. Do you use the guest network?
Yeah. Hello everyone, this is your 5-minute warning. You want to start at 1 o'clock. Please dismiss your mouse. Good. Let me just make sure you're plugged in. It's a little bit tricky.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for coming. Good to see you.
Cool. Everyone, we are almost at time, so we're going to get started. Anybody in the back there in the lunchroom, please make your way. Let's get settled and get started. This is the last talk of the day, and Tejas is going to be doing that. And then 1:30 we have the 2 workshops, the Asana workshop and the Zapier workshop. So Zapier is upstairs. And Asana is in the room, the heritage room at the back. So without further delay. Cool. Thank you. You have the mic on the station.
Thank you all for coming today. I hope it's been a good conference. How many of you live in San Francisco itself? Okay, nice. What about broader Bay Area? Nice. It's cool to see some people traveled in for this. All right, so today we're going to be chatting about this idea of getting to one-to-one personalization, which I think is something that every marketing team in all industries everywhere in the world has talked about for a long time now. But I want to talk about one of the approaches from a technology perspective that we're taking to do this. That's driven by AI and machine learning. So just as a quick introduction, won't spend too much time talking about myself and my company here, but Hightech is a Series C company. We're based in San Francisco. I live not too far away. I'm one of the founders, and our core product is called a composable CDP. The idea is that it's a marketing platform that makes it easy to take any data about your customers and bring it to all those different business systems like Salesforce or Marketo or Facebook ads or whatever it is. And we help really large companies, both B2B and B2C, do this all the time. But today I'm actually going to chat a little bit about some of the inspiration behind our new product, AI Decisioning, and from a technology perspective, what I think is it takes to unlock this idea of actual one-to-one personalization. So first off, it's worth talking a little bit about the problem and the challenge that marketing teams actually face today. When you talk to any marketing team, there's always a very clear like strategy and goal that you're trying to push your customers to do, right? Maybe if you're a PLG B2B SaaS company, you have a bunch of customers on your free plan that have signed up, and you want to figure out how to make them paying customers. Maybe if you're a retailer, you're trying to figure out how do you get customers to come to your store more often or buy from new product categories. But there's a big gap between having that goal and actually being able to figure out the right execution to make that happen. And every marketing team I speak to always talks about, we're trying to send the right message to the right customer, the right time, the right channel, the right way. We need to figure out, should we use discounts? Are those incremental? Should we try a different variation of this message? And this can be a sort of arduous process. When you just think about the number of possibilities there are, there's just so many different combinations of these variables, and it can feel like really pushing a boulder up a hill at times. When you look at marketing, there's obviously kind of three sides of the equation, I'd say. There's the strategy, and there's creation of the content, creative, that you're actually going to put in front of customers, whether it's a website or push notification, email, whatever it is. And then lastly, there's the orchestration of marketing. So how am I actually going to decide what marketing I send to different customers? As someone who also helps out leading our marketing team here at High Touch, I always push our team to think a lot about this, right? What's the actual distribution mechanism we're going to use to get the eyeballs on this, the right eyeballs on our content? I find this is like a pretty critical part. Everyone's used to thinking about the strategy and the content, but the distribution and how it's going to be orchestrated is super critical for the success of any marketing initiative. And when you look at, let's say, marketing directly to your customer base, which is the subset of marketing that I'm really going to focus on here, obviously there's many others, there's like two main ways that we see marketing orchestrated today. One is like marketing calendars. So everyone's used to this, every B2B company has one, we have one, consumer companies do the same thing. There's a bunch of initiatives around the company that you want to educate your customers and market about. So you kind of put it on a calendar, stack ranking those different priorities. Maybe if the CEO says it's important to drive subscriptions, you put more slots on the calendar towards talking about your subscription offering and how customers can save money by using it. But we all know it's kind of not super precise, right? We're going to get the most important content, the most focus on the calendar, but you're not exactly thinking about like when's the right time to send it to your customer. Monday something may go out, but another customer may prefer to totally see that on the weekend, for example. On the other hand, like all modern marketing automation tools have this idea of like triggered campaigns or journeys where you can really build out these like flow charts to describe what customers get what content based on rules and time of day and customer information and so forth. And for any of you who have done this before, which I'm sure is a lot of you, you know that as it gets more sophisticated, it can be this kind of web of the marketing sequence, and it doesn't actually represent the true customer journey in a lot of ways, because that's also its own web and all over the place and different for each customer. So when I think about how AI can really help marketing teams, I think a lot of where the upside lives is how do you allow marketing teams to execute on their vision and goal at a rate that is much more rapid than exists today with our total tools, and also like more effective by more rapidly experimenting and iterating to find out what's really resonating with your customers. So kind of our vision for agentic marketing is this idea where marketing teams can create an agent with a goal and direct that agent, observe that agent, guide that agent, but really be able to use the agent as like an execution mechanism, almost as if you have like an agency for every use case in your business. So concrete examples of this would be, we work with retail marketing teams who have who spend tons of time trying to do things like figure out which of these messages I can send customers to, get them to come to the store more frequently. Should I push those customers to my, a certain service in my store, or should I show them discounts on products that they are currently buying, or should I show them new products that they might be interested in checking out that are only in the store? And our goal would be to build an agentic marketing system where you can give an agent a goal, saying, get customers in the store more frequently, a span of options, and have it figure it out, right, in terms of which customers should receive which messages to actually make that happen. So when you think about how that can happen, right, it's the holy grail. This idea that you can assign an agent a goal that's high level for your business and ask it to figure out what to send different customers, make it happen, is obviously the dream, but from a technology perspective, it's a big challenge. It's been something that we've worked on for a long time, and lots of companies have talked about forever. What we have found is that there's a few kind of tranches of machine learning and AI technology, right? There's the traditional machine learning models and predictive models that look at all the historical data, give a goal, take a goal, and try to figure out which customers are most likely to buy products, come to store, or what customers are most likely to look at like that goal outcome. There's another class of machine learning now in AI with generative AI, right, around the synthesis and creation of content and unstructured data. And there's another technology called reinforcement learning, which is really around high-scale experimentation and having an AI system that takes actions, sees how customers are responding, or doesn't have to be customers. It could be anything. It could be a robot trying to find its way through this room, and learns from that. But it's really an adaptive system that's taking actions and learning from a feedback loop. So the reward mechanism is a feedback loop of the actions that the system is taking. And I stole this image from, well, I gave credit to it, but I took this image from a Berkeley AI course that I found online that describes this idea of reinforcement learning by using an analogy of a robot or even a person that's trying to figure out, what's the best restaurant in a city. And they can only go to one restaurant every day, and or try to eat the best food all the time. They can only go to one restaurant every day, and they need to sometimes they need to go to the place where they know is good and the food's good, but other times they actually need to explore new restaurants to make sure they're always trying to find the best. And that's a general analogy that you can use to think about how reinforcement learning works, but it's basically algorithms that are given a goal, given a set of options, and trying to balance the exploration phase and actions, which you can think of as like running A/B tests and stuff like that, trying new options that you don't know if they work, with the exploitation option, which is doubling down on what you know will work, at least to some degree. The other thing we found when we started to figure out how do you build this kind of machine learning system that can take a marketing goal and figure out what's the best message and stuff to send different customers is there's a whole, outside of just an AI system that can run these live experiments in your marketing, there's a whole array of other problems that you run into. So one problem on the right here is a problem that every marketer faces all the time, and it's this idea of incrementality, right? We can face this too, as if we put out new content on our blog, or if we run ads, for example, run an ad when you search on Google, like an SEM ad for high touch, and then when someone Googles high touch, they see an ad saying high touch, and they click that. There's always a question you have, right, which is my attribution says that my ads bring in so many leads to the business. The real question is, would those leads have come to my business anyways? And so there's a question of incrementality there, which is that you need to understand if your marketing is actually causing these customers to come to you, or are the offers that our AI is sending out actually causing more customers to come to us, or are they just clicking the offers because they were going to go to the store anyways and now see them? So to solve that kind of challenge, we basically also combine our reinforcement learning with a type of ML called uplift modeling, which basically tries to understand which customers fall into different buckets. So customers that are like sure things, they're going to buy anyways, in this cute little diagram here, versus customers who, even if we do treat them, they're not going to buy at all, right? Maybe they're the sleeping dogs, for example, or lost causes, for example. And really what we're trying to focus on is finding those customers that are persuadable, those customers that would have some propensity to take an action, but we can tell that they're unlikely to take it by default, and we want to drive more of those persuadables to take a certain action over time. The second kind of problem that we face when trying to build a system for one-to-one personalization is that you can never really simplify a whole business into one goal that an agent's optimizing towards. When you're putting together a marketing calendar, it's a calendar of many different colors and things because you're balancing so many different goals in the business. You need to not only educate people on new product features, but you need to tell them your core product features still are around, and you need to educate them on how to serve enterprise customers and smaller customers, and so on and so forth. So we have also realized that the idea here is you create agents with specific goals, but then build another ML agent on top that kind of decides which agent gets more credits based on both your business priority as well as the propensity for a customer to resonate with different goals in the business. Obviously, this is a little bit of a simplification. But yeah, using this kind of combination of technologies, we've actually created a product that we believe can do this, at least for digital marketing that's like one-to-one with each customer. So right now, we've kind of focused it on like email marketing and text messages, push notifications, stuff like that. As you get into advertisements and other types of marketing, you have more interesting challenges around measurement and stuff that will take even more sophisticated solutions to solve. But the idea is that you can give marketers this AI decisioning system and allow them to create these agents with specific goals they're trying to drive. So like cross-sells or repeat purchase of the same product or converting free customers on my PLG app like Notion to being paying customers. And give it a bunch of actions. So 100 different marketing campaigns that you're sending them with some different constraints. And then have this system use that reinforcement learning or explore, exploit kind of mechanism that we talked about here to figure out which actions drive each type of customer to the final outcome that you're kind of driving towards. And one thing that's also interesting from doing this with customers that we found is that not only can you optimize some of the marketing campaigns that you have today through this approach, but in order to figure out which content resonates well with different customers, you end up producing a lot of insights that you can use in your marketing content strategy. So thinking about new types of campaigns or just your overall marketing strategy, because basically what's happening under the hood, we're running a bunch of experiments all the time, which produces data and produces insights for marketers to be able to analyze for other purposes. So that's something we've been trying to optimize in our product as well. And obviously that's like a simplified example on the last page, but kind of the experience we're building towards here is where you have agents for each and every initiative in your company that eventually can be like auto-balancing and replace the idea of having to build like a static marketing calendar, as an example. Another thing that we found from building in this space is that, honestly, at the end of the day, there's a bunch of different machine learning models, but the most important thing is the underlying data and features that you feed into these systems, and that's where there's a lot of room for innovation. The way we built our platform is that we kind of sit it directly on top of a company's data warehouse, because most companies, even smaller ones these days, are working on centralizing a lot of data there from an analytics perspective. So things like Snowflake or BigQuery, Databricks, wherever you're building BI reports like Looker and stuff like that on top of. And what that also means is that there are companies that are more sophisticated and larger and are creating internal data science models or propensity scores or lead scores with a mad kudu or something like that. They can also feed those into the system because an experimentation system will only get you so far, right? It won't be able to figure out everything that, let's say, lead scoring and stuff like that does, or more specialized models. So you can actually feed one model into another by sitting on top of a data warehouse. Can just talk about a really real example of doing this in practice. So we work with the company PetSmart. Who here has a pet? Nice. Well, all of y'all know that PetSmart's really taken that love that people have for their pets and and turn it into one of the biggest retailers in America. And one of the things that they found was that their whole goal as a specialty retailer, right, a retailer that just sells one type of items, pet food, pet items, etc., is that they're fighting with like the Amazons and Walmarts and Costco's of the world. And this is a challenge that any specialty kind of store faces, whether you're a golf store or pet store or anything like that, as the big companies expand into more categories. So you really have to figure out what is your strategy to drive customers to your store specifically more frequently. And what they found from some analysis is like getting customers to things that are really special about the store, which makes sense, like the salon, the grooming salon they have in it, can really make that happen. And that's where marketing can have a huge impact because tons of customers don't know that PetSmart has this kind of offering of a grooming salon versus just selling items. So basically what we did was we ran an experiment where we took like a bunch of their marketing campaigns that they created over the years with lots of pictures of dogs and cats and try to figure out which ones are the best ones to send to different customers, which ones are most effective to drive customers to the grooming salon. And we were actually able to kind of beat their existing marketing campaigns by 22%, graded on like incremental uplift of cross sells after just 3 weeks of the system running. Something that's interesting is when the system runs, since the basis of learning is actually, of the AI system is actually quite similar to how a marketing team learns, where it's experimenting, trying things, balancing, doing things that work, but trying new things that you're not sure if it works yet. It takes some time for you to actually start getting lift from the system because there's an experimentation phase up front, pretty similar to how like when you start a new campaign on Facebook ads or Google ads, there's like a learning phase that your marketing goes through first, and then enters the live phase where it's exploiting, think back to that exploit analogy, exploiting the insights that came from the experimentation. But so 3 weeks is pretty impressive with that time scale. The other thing that we found is that there were a bunch of kind of like insights that the system outputted from things like the different, like which types of customers, different creative works for based on their like pet that they have, which is kind of all kinds of information that they have as a brand. Every brand has their own unique information. Also things like, which customers already will buy anyways via that uplift model versus customers that need like an extra discount to get over the line. That's a big challenge I've found marketing teams have where offers obviously work, but they're expensive, especially for retailers. You need to figure out who exactly are they necessary for. And also information on like which channels work well for different customers. I wanted to talk a little bit about like some crazy ideas, or maybe not that crazy, of where this technology, like a one-to-one personalization system can go in the future and what it unlocks in this AI marketing landscape. And some of the stuff here we actually haven't like really productized fully. It's just like ideas that we have about how more AI systems can be built on top of what we've built today in the future. So one thing that we talked about earlier is that just like for a marketing team to learn what works, a one-to-one personalization engine also has to try stuff to learn what works by running experiments. And those experiments create data, which can obviously be fed back to the business team that's operating the agents through like an insights kind of UI in a product. But in addition to that, I think that data might actually be able to be used to make other decisions in a business about customers, like might actually improve your customer 360 or all the data that you have about your customers. As an example, you're always going to still have marketing emails on a marketing calendar, right? Or manual rules that are driving different campaigns to customers, even in the world of AI. So can you output things from that the AI is learning? Like, for example, this customer is interested in premium upgrades, or this customer wants to come to our restaurant for lunch and dinner, not just breakfast, or this customer is not that price sensitive. Back into marketers' hands in a way that they can use them as rules in the other types of systems, or the product team can use on your product experience, etc. Another idea that we're toying with, kind of hacking around with, is this idea of like a closed loop between the reinforcement learning-based system that we just talked about, that's making decisions on which content to send people at what time, and so forth, and generative AI, the capabilities that generative AI now unlocks for like synthesis and creation of information. And you can imagine kind of a feedback loop in the future where as the decisioning system is trying out your marketing on different customers, it learns things like, hey, people in Nashville really like to come to our restaurant for dinner and not just breakfast, and then could take those aggregate insights and feed them into the context of like an LLM to generate interesting content, creative, or ideas that can be used in the future to better capitalize on those populations. Potentially even the inverse of the data, like what's not resonating with customers, could be interesting signal. So we've done some like hacking around here. It's not something we've built or productized fully yet, and it's pretty cool to see the types of ideas that generative AI can generate that are like very timely in a way that marketing team would by looking at the insights of what's working. What we found is that like, this is, getting like on-brand content and creative is pretty difficult for like a large B2C company that has a lot of preferences there, at least out of these generative AI systems. But I think the brainstorming itself can be very valuable, and the ideas can be valuable. Yeah, so just to sum things up, basically, we think that there's kind of a new paradigm of marketing that is going to be built, at least digital marketing and CRM marketing, around one-to-one personalization now with AI. But it'll be very human in the loop. So I think marketers will have the ability to control all the agents and configure exactly what the goal they're driving towards are. Tell the system things like how much is a cross-sell worth versus a repeat purchase, stuff like that. It will be based around like continuous experimentation, and I think with continuous experimentation, it's a little scary at first to think like, okay, the system is going to just start sending different messages to customers without explicit rules. So I think visibility around that will become a very big concern in the market that people think about. And then that these insights from experimentation can be really valuable. I can't tell you the number of people I've talked to that are like, we see good results when you run A/B tests, but running a bunch of A/B tests is very difficult to do, especially in a marketing team when there's so much going on. You want to make sure your customers are not being hit by other things or other marketing. And I think a framework around this can get marketers into a routine of experimentation without having to think about like actually running A/B tests all the time, instead just throwing a bunch of content into a system and seeing what it comes out with. Thanks for coming, and here for any questions.
Any questions?
Hi, Tejas. Very interesting and exciting, obviously, for AI marketers. So my question is that based on the decisioning outputs, right, like the strategic recommendations that are coming out of the agents, are you also doing the last mile, which is the actual activation of the recommendations across maybe like email channels, social media channels, website copy, right? Like, so how do you fix for the last mile?
Just asking. Okay, great question. I actually didn't talk about this in detail. I should have. I was trying not to talk about our product too much. But basically, how it works is that you go into our system, the AI decisioning system, and you build these agents with goals and content and actions that you're willing for those customers to take, willing for the agent to take on your customers. Those content and actions are actually just like basically links to email templates or push notifications or like flags in different systems. So we integrate with like Salesforce Marketing Cloud or Marketo or those different systems, and you create all the campaigns there, and then you can just use a drop-down to pick the campaigns you want the agents to be able to send customers like in our system. So it's kind of integrated with the existing channels that you already use, so that you can use it across multiple as well.
Hi, I'm Mickey. Awesome presentation, and I love how forward-thinking the product is. My question to you is internally, do you have like, does each team have their own
Yeah, great question, Mickey. So it's interesting. Our product, we serve both B2B and B2C companies, but some of the products we built, like AI decisioning, they require like a sort of high data volume feedback loop to work well. That's actually because we've used like, yeah, things like experimentation and stuff like that under the hood versus like LLMs, right? Which can just tell you, what you should send a customer based on a bunch of context, even if it's not statistically proven through experimentation, so you don't need as much volume for those techniques. We do use like all our other products internally. Like for example, reverse ETL, like, getting some cool information to Salesforce for our sales reps to see and stuff like that. We don't use the AI decisioning product because of this data volume limitation, unfortunately. But I do want to find some ways to use it in the future. Maybe when we have like support for personalizing websites and stuff like that, then we could use it. But you need at least like 1 million users in your email database, roughly speaking, unless they're very engaged for some reason to use it today.
Anyone else? Hi, Tejas. One more question, right? So is the decisioning agent picking from a list of offers, or is it also generating a new offer?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So the question is it picking from offers or is it like generating offers? So today it's more so picking from offers. So if you see, this might be too small, but if you see each agent here, you can see like a list of actions it has on the second column here, in the middle column. And those are basically links to like campaigns in different marketing tools like Salesforce, Marketo, could be like ad tools and stuff in the future. It's kind of like pointers to those places. But in the future, yeah, our idea is that can we also generate new offers and actions, messages, flags for like an A/B testing software on your website, CTAs, etc., based on the insights of what's working. So many systems are out there that are generating content today, like ChatGPT and stuff. So when you think about that opportunity, we also need to think about like what makes us different and able to do it better. And I think the insights is an interesting opportunity there that we're like toying around with. But that's not, that's just like hacking around. It's not like the core product today.
Anyone else?
Cool.
So in order to do this, do you require a CDP, or how is the underlying data getting stitched together for your models to be able to do the decisioning?
Yeah, great question. So we basically, from our CDP product, we built this one tool that we call a semantic layer. It's basically like allows us to sit on top of any sort of data warehouse, data lake, like SQL database systems. And you can like select different tables from your database that you think have interesting information and like link them together. So say like, okay, customers links with purchases via like a customer ID, for example. So you can basically select a bunch of data you have from other places and tell Hightouch about them. And then we do build like the ML features and inputs and stuff off of that data, basically, that you're connecting to the system. So you do need to have data somewhere, but we can read it from multiple systems, basically.
Cool. So thank you very much, Tejas, for presenting. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
And we'll be here for a little while to take questions or anybody who wants to follow up. So with that, that brings us to the end of AI marketing day 2. So we've done with all the sessions. We have 2 hands-on workshops like on the 11th floor in Asana on the room next door. So you feel free to attend those, choose one of those conferences. Thank you very much for coming. It was awesome to interact with all of you, and we'll do it again, and we'll keep you posted. Thank you very much.